action packs gaming.
Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, get ready to build, get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
it's time to play, building worlds in our own way. Action Pants Gaming, we're building so fine. Laid back life, just having a good time. Get ready to build APG on the ride.
Oh, I guess that wasn't ready to go with it. There we go. Good morning, Grimy. Alright, I've been having a bunch of audio issues this morning. And, alright, that's just too much energy. Way too much energy. We can't do that. That's, wow. I can't do that. There's a no on that. Let's see if this will come through. Alright, that's a little better. Alright, good morning, greetings. It's Tuesday. It's that weird day. It's not a real day. You know, it's not Monday, the beginning of the week. It's not Wednesday in the middle or Friday the end. For most people, my week's a little weird. But it is Tuesday nonetheless on this April the 8th in the year 2025. And I got about quarter after the 10 a.m. hour. Got started a little late. That's the point, Grimy. It was supposed to be more, you know, 80s Saturday morning cartoon, but the sitcom ended up kind of being dominant. Anyway, it's Tuesday again, that weird day. My brain is all over the place today. Oh, I'll chat about it in a minute. This stuff and more stuff. But that's life, right? Get some of that caffeine in the system, that might help a little bit. Anyway, as I was saying, it's about quarter after the 10 a.m. hour on this Tuesday, the 8th of April, 2025. But I know some of you are still out there in the past, and some are somehow rocking off out there into the future. But whatever present you're in as you're watching this, I hope it's going good for you. All right, we are going to do some No Man's Sky as per usual. But let's see what we got. I have no idea. I know we're in PlayStation here. And Grimy, good morning. Gamma Wolf, good morning. I was going to do, yeah, but it's just too much energy. Too much Gamma. I mean, I could switch it over, but... Alright, we got the PlayStation rolling. And we've also got damn it, it runs through. Yeah, I gotta redo my OBS. Damn it. I gotta figure it out. It's all crazy. They changed stuff in this other program, and now it's affecting this other thing. Blah, da, blah, da, blah, more blah. Alright. Now. We have loaded in all of the parts by number, but we are still missing rooftop. Floor bits. More floor bits. Dimmer, howdy doody. Good morning. So yeah, I may just go one or the other today. But I kind of need... Oh, okay. Kind of need this other character here, though. Alright, let's try... Thinking maybe we leave and come back via the Nexus. Let's see what happens when we do that. Shall we? Oh, wait a minute. Hey, look at that. Or we just hang out and wait. Oh, hey, look at that. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Wait. That's it this time. I let it sit for a minute. Oh, hey, look at that. They're completely different random piece that decided not to go in this time. That's never disappeared before, ever. Like, that piece has never not shown up. In the... Same with this. That's a brand new disappearing act. Same with that one. And this time our vending machine is here, but those two pieces are not. I don't get it. And this wall is missing for some reason. What the hell? But this is back. Yeah, whatever. That's all good. Oh, but this is all wonkadoo. A lot. Way a lot. Not even funny a lot. But don't let me do it. You know, I mean, put some, you know. I'm playing like I didn't know any of the stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I've got a base computer. And, oh, I can keep building. Little do I know that, you know, people can't come to visit. You know, like, say I didn't know any of that, right? And I just started building. And I'm like, oh, I can keep going. Cool. You know, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's missing. What the ever-loving Flurbensteiner. All right, so a couple of things here. I need to keep my character here. Oh, and a bunch of that's missing. That's new. Usually it's the other side. Excuse me. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why? Why can't you make up your mind? Flashing's still the flashing, unfortunately. We seem to be, oh no, we're in a closer iteration than normal, which is interesting. Notice that the double geck is there, but it's not as spread apart in the animation. Interesting. Interesting. Because it's not mine, perhaps. Or is that just a... Well, no. Okay, so probably because it's not mine, because this one I can get far enough away from... Oh, that's missing. That's new. So is that. Alright, yeah, okay, so those decided not to show up today, along with that one. This is the wackiest of the wackiest. Am I going to have to start a whole new city? I don't want to. I want to finish this one. So in terms of, we are at 15,534 parts. So we are in essence 5 base computers worth of stuff on one base computer. So, yeah. That might be part of the problem. But again, you know, hey. Now, I'm hoping that... Alright, we're going to try jetting out of here and going up. He doesn't even know this thing exists. Although he's probably got one server that acts really weird. He's like, what the hell is... Why is that one server always acting up? Atlas Galacticus. Alright, let's try the old Nexarino. See what happens. Oh, we're not in group. Okay. That might be oddness. Why? That might be something. Oh, hey. And I just phased through that, which is really kind of weird. What's going on now? What is this moron doing? Alright, let's see if that changes anything, okay? Being in group. I doubt it. But... See, it was darker in there before you got in there. They can dim that. It's like when you get up close, all of a sudden it just gets to be too bright. Yeah, we lose that altogether, so that kind of defeats the whole purpose of putting that there. You know what I mean? And I have a feeling it's because it's not the PlayStation. Because it renders out. Alright, let's try, let's try, oh, wait a minute, we dropped out of group already. What the Formosa? Uh-oh. Yep. Alright, here's a PlayStation character. accept the invite. Weird. Okay, so I couldn't do the invite the other way around, and I wonder if it's because I'm in a purple system on my... never mind, I know why. I know why. Because I have it on friends only. Which is weird because we're friends. And I can't send an invite. Yeah, I multi PC to PS5. Now I just got to remember what screen everyone's looking at. Alright, so this is my PlayStation character. Let's see how far away I can get. Still, not much of a distance, okay. Alright, now we'll take my PC character. And it disappears as well. Interesting. But that one is just fine. And I think it has to do with that the goldfish is not my wonder. Not the PlayStation character's wonder. It belongs to the PC character. It's entirely possible. I do hate myself. Man, I spent like 3 hours updating my old, my first PC there, my pre-built. Alright, I'm kind of reluctant to continue on this without getting my PlayStation character because I really think it has to do with what... You know what? Let's find out. I'm going to put a wonder in from my PlayStation character instead. And we will see if we have any better luck. And I'll just put a planet, it doesn't really matter. But not that planet because it looks too low. Let's put this one in there. Alright, well, they're all going to be too low. Okay. So now... renders out anyway. Interesting. But that one sticks around. Very curious. Alright, we're going to go back to our underwater in our PC save, I think. Because this will eventually drive me a little batty. And notice that the wonder did not change for my PC character. How do you make the wall stand up? Been trying to get them to go that way on a circle. Yeah, easy enough. Very curious. So, with the wonder in multiplayer, if I originally put one in, but then the PlayStation character changes it. Oh, and hey, look at this. This is new. Well, if they show up in the same spots, I might be able to do something with it. Jesus. Ah, this game. But it does not look like they do. I mean, I might be able to get away with doing some stuff with that, but it has to show up in the same spot. Which I don't know if it will or if it's all random and procedural and whatnot. Alright, so it's weird how it renders. I can't explain it. I don't even want to try at this point. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason for why it does what it does. But we're gonna quit out. We're gonna go pure. I was gonna do PlayStation, but I'm gonna have to do some testing on that first because it's bizarre. It's acting really weird at this point, and I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. We're going to have to finish the storyline on the PlayStation. All right, we'll get into. All right, let's just do that. That's a lot easier to deal with. Let's play on that. Well. I'm going to have to pick that city apart one day. We'll go through and we'll So what are you trying to do? There's a number of different ways you can do it. So, I gotta load into my saves too. But it's kind of a pain in a circle. I don't enjoy it at all, one bit. Well, hey, look at that. The 3,000 upload. Yeah, it's like, they just, be nice if they could have figured out a way to, you know, lock in where your base was, you know, and not have it get affected by whatever, you know, that planet just stayed the way it is, you know, and did not get affected by the changes. You know, put a bubble around it. Do I have everything? You got anything new for me? No. No. No expedition stuff? I need to get some of the other ones, man. I'm kind of bummed. Rooftops. Rooftops. Floor panels. Be less than it would be with walls. Yeah, but the thing that it's you're two fur at that point instead of one part. You know what I mean? Hold on, we'll go. Where do I have a circle made? Where's somewhere that we're doing something? Not there, not there, not underwater. No, yeah, let's try this one. So standing the walls on their ends does look really cool, but you need to compensate for the width. So you end up with, you know, more parts in the long run. All right, good. This is a nice kind of open area. Oh, wait a minute, though. This has that gigantic one on it, doesn't it? Yep. It certainly does. I got to turn this one on, but it takes a minute. This one looks better with the wide angle camera. All right, well, let's go somewhere else then, because I don't want to deal with this. I should probably delete it. Yeah, and I got to turn all the bits and pieces on, so. Whoa, render is weird. Okay. Something going on with the build mechanic, my friends, I think. I'm a little nervous about that. This one has the most room. It's just a real pain in the backside, yeah. Alright, so you've got a circle, you say. You got so much garbage in this one, I gotta probably delete some of this here. Alright, so let's build a circle real quick, like. Or part of a circle. Alright, so bum, 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 we're gonna do the whole build a circle bit. You know, I saw some stuff on that, and I think I even want to say I saw Jason Plays playing. And it did look interesting, yeah, I will admit. I was going to do the other game last night, but I had to redo, I had to clean and update my old pre-built son of a biscuit. And that took a few hours, and I ended up going going way past stream time. Like between the all the application updates, then it was all the games in Steam needed updating. Then I had to clear space. I had to clean all the dust and crud off the fans that had built up because I wasn't being as diligent with that one as I am with this. Good morning. It is the legendary Legend Aries. Try not to say that 5 times fast. All right, so you got a circle, you say, and you want to make walls. This is what you need to do. And I will... But then again, you end up with more parts. When you could simply just... I am not Atlas Galacticus. I am... One, monies. 2, like a lot of the old games that I like come from PlayStation. Okay, so basically what you need to do, and there's a couple ways you can do it, but is you essentially have to put a block on either side here to then get your wall on each side. So, and this is what I mean by a lot of work, and you end up with one extra part. It looks like they fixed the double up on the pyramid. They didn't put the snap back on it, but come on. Glitch timing is ridiculous. Yeah, so sorry, I've just the glitch timing is seems a little off. I'm not going to deal with that bit. So you would basically, and here's the other thing. You know, I would go on the inside. So you're going to drop down and then in. All right, so that the floor faces out, but you could do it any way you want, obviously. I just find that tucking them in to the floor panel helps keep things slightly less confusing. But you can also, you know, put holders in and, you know, replace. But then after all of that, you got to do each one of these floors, right? So hopefully you don't have a big circle going on. Not that I'm aware. I have no idea, to be honest with you. I have no idea. But that's how you get that. You know, it's making one side of the box. You know what I'm saying? Or the old cube method of making cubes. But if you notice, it's the same height as a floor panel. So why not just use a floor panel, save yourself a bunch of headache, just do the outside, and then instead of a floor panel, you know, use use a rooftop, right? Which gives you a couple of different, you know, extra options, if you will. So now we'll use a you can use a rooftop, which gives you bulk. And style. For half the cost. Because the wall is going to be that way, right? So I'd have to actually put it the other way. I'm trying to remember how I get these to spin the way I want them. I think it has something to do with... Or do we remove that altogether? No, then it doesn't let me rotate it. And then just doing a color change. But even so, you could still build a really neat looking building with something like this. Well, but yeah, I mean, you could do both. You know what I mean? You can mix and match. But in order to do that, you need to, you know, get that wall. I mean, you could go... You could place it on with a you know, with the CPR. But again, you're 2 parts to 1 if you're trying to conserve parts. Know what I mean? But you could, in essence, because we have this here. Only thing is, it gets a little fussy. And here's the other thing. I forgot to tell you. You got to get him to face whatever directions you want. You know what I mean? So, depending on the style you're going for, you may need to, like, see, that one's going on the bottom of that one. So we'll move that, copy that over to here, because it doesn't seem to like to work with the roof as easily. So now you have that. And then you could, you know, again, double up. And then we can remove that. We can put that back in there. Or if you wanted to get super crazy. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Boop. So now, that's how you do that. If you want to change the, you can also double up on it. Once you put that window in there. All right, now those are just going to click on themselves. Or snap to themselves, if you will. All right. Shazam. And then if we want to rotate any one of these now, what we have to do is figure out how we got that to rotate. So what we probably have to do is grab that. And now the thing too is you have a middle, this crazy middle overlap. You know, we've done this with the cubes before. So if we turned it like that, then we need to... No, we got to search for a spot on that one. I have an actual idea this time for something. Which, you know, if y'all are up for a little exploration, I got to remember how I turn these. I can't, for the life of me, remember what I need to do to make it turn. There is a method or technique, if you will. But I can't remember. I think it has something to do with putting the window in here. It does, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so if I go here, and then we take the window and put it there, and we'd have to do the other side, wouldn't we? Remove that, do that. There it is. Yeah, it's the window. Ta-da! Alright, so. And then, yeah, that takes practice, Grimy. It's really all it is. Just try to do your best and bear with it. And then usually the best thing to do here is, you know, then simply just chuck in a short wall. Just make sure it's going the direction you need it. Which is easier said than done in a situation like this. Sometimes you got to remove a part. And you tuck that in like so. And if you want to get even closer, you can do the floor thing, the short wall trick. You can leave that in there. Then you just take that, match it, drop that in, remove your other one, put these back in place. It does if you... Has it been doing that now? Like after you build something? No, okay. I was gonna say that'll make me angry. I noticed for certain parts it does that, yes. But for the most that you should be in build camera, you might be clicking down on the button, and you know, while attempting to glitch. I know in the beginning that does sometimes happen. Why am I in that at all? I don't want to be in that. I want to do that. And there you have it. One tower-like structure. With a window. And then you can, you know, keep repeating this around your circle and get, you know, whatever you want. But it all starts from the box or the cube method from how I originally started the city build, you know, by creating those cubes. And then you would have to do the same on the back if you wanted to, you know, repeat this or make a cube of it. But if you just want to run it, you know, per thingamajiggy, you then have to either remove these because now these are going to take up space. I would do a save, but in order to not confuse yourself, I can usually see through it, but it's also something I've been working with for a number of years. So then you would just kind of repeat that process. And unfortunately, you have to do both sides because you want that same window, right? So you would have to start with that to get your window in, and then you need your front one in order to get your rest of it. Well, now you got me thinking I like the way this looks. Like, wait a minute. How's this gonna look? It's not too bad, actually. Although I've done something similar in the past. So you're basically doing 3. I mean, you could do the 4th too. I actually probably recommend it just as an additional asset. Making sure that you place your blocks properly too, and they don't hit over to another one. You got to keep that in mind too. Oops. And currently, if you just build that block again, you're going to get a different texture. So you need to watch out for that. Like if you miss it and build, sometimes you can get a different texture added without your consent. And then you need to make sure that you're also on the right angle, right? Okay, so then we need to move, because that's all that is for the window. That's all you need that for, right? Because then the rest would be adding a window with this one. And then in order to turn we'd probably have to add those in after. Yep, in order to turn that, then we would have a holder there. And once that's turned, you can put in your window bits. Bring that up to the level you want. Bring this in. Actually, you can do that too. And you bring that in one. Come on. Come on. Okay, you did it right off the bat, but now you're like, nah. There we go. Drop that in. Drop it down. Yeah, that would be nice. And there. Nice, simple you know, change of a wall style. It really is all about, you know, just flipping the parts around, looking at things in a different way. All right. So hopefully that helped you. Down into the water using glass corridors, slipping down into the water. Can't figure it out. I got you. What do you want to do? What corridors? Which glass corridors? How do you want to do it? What you want? Something that starts on the ground and or it starts. All right, well, let's go look for some water. And land combination. But yeah, hopefully that helped you out, Gamma. The glass tunnels? Sure. Sure. But you got one problem. Connecting. Your connections become the issue. Because there are no real slanting. You know, I can put those at an angle. I mean, that's easy. But connecting to that. Ooh, now you've given me an idea. What's this place? It's got land. Excellent, Gamma. Okay. But you see what I mean? Grimy, this is what these streams are about. These streams are about, you know, people asking questions, me trying to figure it out, or at least get the ball rolling, perhaps give you another thought process. Ooh, I'm kind of liking this place. But the problem is making the connection to the next piece. So and, you know, with working in water, as we know, making something watertight. So, let's look at our parts. You want to use the glass tunnel. At an angle. And it would depend on what, you know, what pitch you're going for. What angle? I've got an angle. All right, so I guess a good one to start with is always, let's just do something like this for now. So we use stairs, all right? I'm trying to think if there's a way I can do snap-wise, or if we're going to have to do a little bit of manual placement, which I think we're going to have to do a little manual placement. Although we could, but that's a lot of work. Trying to get less work. Work smart, not hard. All right, so here we go. Easy solution. Easy solution. Yeah. Work! Work!
Weather warning.
Incoming storm?
Incoming storm.
Oh. Wow. Man, the game has never looked so damn good. That's so dope. Looks like an eye. And the reflections here. Yeah, I picked a good spot. Look at that transition. All right, we're going to have to wait for the storm to go over so I can see what the hell I'm doing. So, hang tight while we watch the storm roll on by. But I want to... I mean, I know I can... I don't like building out of a cube. Don't like to build from the cube. No, sir, I do not. All right, I'm going to leave you with a little bit of calming music and beautiful scenery. Because I need some nip nip. But I'll be yapping in the background while I'm doing all that. Keeping an eye on this. All right. So we've definitely got some weird changes these days. On what's going on with the building stuff here, huh? What the hell? We've seen it multiple times in the past couple days. It just, things render in differently at this scale now. They've changed something, they've done something that has changed how things render and whatnot. But what? It's still messed up. got it.
Weather update.
I got it. I got it. I got
Storm
it. I
clearing.
got it. I figured it out. We needed some nip-nip. Manual placement, unfortunately. Oh, no. No, it's not. We can do a nice clean look. I had to do this with another thing at one point, I think. All right, what beautiful scenery. I gotta say, this game is just leaps and bounds over its. Look at this. I mean, will you look at it? Just look at. I never know where to look. Excuse me. Yeah, when it got all nice and calm, that was crazy. It was like a mirror. I want to see that again. All right, back to work, right? Shut up. We don't care about what you'd like to look at. All right, so what we could do here is we take part we want. Glass, and you could yeah, well, so they can rip you off. Okay, now we do have to go in a, and why is this so damn bright? We have to go, we have to figure out, well, we'll go a rough center, which I'm going to guess is like right about here, right? But we got too much of a glare, and it's cutting down on our, I can't see a darn thing, right? So I'm going to have to wait. Well, all right, we won't be perfect this run, all right? Although, is there another way I could do this? Does one of the cubes, one of those angled cubes, share the same angle? I don't think so. What does this? If this does, then we could use that instead. It's roughly the same, right? Ah, it's a little different. Just a tad different. You see, you figured they would have put the same angles in, right? So I'm using stair angle because I'm thinking it like, you know, I'm thinking like we're going to walk down that angle of stairs, right? But I'm wondering if we're going to need to then have a landing occasionally. This is a little bit less of an angle than the stairs, less pitch. Like, you know, the degree is a little different. All right. Also with this, it is sideways is the proper way to put it in. It would probably be better at nighttime for this particular procedure, but we're gonna do it like that, right? If you're new to my channel, you know when I get quiet, it means my brain is hurting. I'm in the way, damn it. Get out of the way! Get your big noggin out of the way. Alright, let's see if we can't get a connector here. I think we can. It's weird, but I think it'll work. Maybe. Because it's really abrupt. Well, it's right. All right. Get the crap going here. That's what we're working on right now, Grammy. I'll get it for you, or at least some resemblance of something you might be able to work with. I mean, you could use freighter stairs all the way down, but if you want this part specifically, then we need to work with that. Okay, so now do this. Forget the haters, Atlas. People worry, man, too much about too much. The Forkenheimer. Why is my freaking controller being like a pain in the ass today? I charged it. Too many buttons. I'm gonna attribute it to. Come on, the glitching these days is ridiculous. Thank you. hate this block turning thing. Why is it flipping? Alright, fine. Fine, be that way. See if I care. I think that's actually right. But, yeah, whatever. I mean, whatever makes you feel comfortable, bro. That's how you do. But, don't let idiots keep you from doing something. Okay, so apparently not, so... Alright, time for the door. Damn it. Or the wall, rather. Even this isn't going to be right. So I'm going to have to do, actually, this instead. It's easier and it doesn't matter for directionality on this particular thing. So we'll do... the paver. Do that. We'll rotate that that way. Gives us that. So now we do want to go, but we need to go down. Excuse me. Now, you could probably get away with... just won't look very good. And you still have a gap. Okay, so we need to come down and in. So, with this, now I would do maybe, but how much down do we want to go? Hey, learned hand. I had heard about him. I hadn't seen one yet. I think a lot of people hadn't yet. Okay, so we need to... I mean, we could hand place it. Or... faces the way I want to go. Okay. Or... yeah, I've only fought the, I only fought the things that when you dig them up, they come out and attack you. The stone golem things. There you go. Although that was weird, yeah, something just did kick me out of build camera. Huh. And I didn't touch anything. So that gets us a closer seal. Still got to come down some though. Be too low, but we'll start with this as a base. Actually, not too shabby. We can make this a little better. You know what? It would be a manual placement for the connection, but I think we can do it better. I think we can. But the downside is you can't see these things, you know, when you're. You can't move it and see it. You used to be able to. Shrink these down. You're gonna have to manually place it anyway, but you can't get in. Oh wait, good. All right, so that becomes a transition issue right there. Okay. Alright, that's already on. We could do... Well, yeah, that's what we would do anyway. So we'll do that. Still not going to work though. Don't need the stairs. So it would be the underwater one that you would have to kind of throw a little... Alright, you know what? We can do this cleaner, I think. No worries, Gamma Wolf. Yeah. Light no fire. They haven't figured it out in No Man's Sky yet, which is, that is the worrisome portion of it.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
I mean, we could obviously do a... Just too much work sometimes to do something so simple, you know? Or have a proper connecting part. Alright, so if we... Just because I can't see when I need to... Because it needs to...
Weather update. Storm clearing.
And I'm getting double ups with nobody here. I'm just getting parts that are showing up, Oops. Doubling up, building second parts for no reason. And I'm not in multiplayer. I deleted that. Yeah. The game is starting to get a little bit on the crazy side of things these days. See if I could see this and manually place it, which it doesn't let me do. Alright, what am I thinking? I'm not thinking right. What do I need to do here? Because that needs to come back. We need to get a different angle to come in and then down again. But if I flip that upside down, right, clear the board. Okay. Let's try this. down. Back one. Be too low. Pavers maybe. Yeah, there's something going on with the build mechanic. It is not as pleasant to deal with as it used to be. Okay, if I could kick that just a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna have to floor panel it. Cause see how it's just like a fraction. Excuse me. And I'd like to keep it within the parameters of what I have for flooring here. I mean, you could build off of this, you know, no problem, but then the other problem obviously is connecting lower, because you cannot do a whole hell of a lot. You can't change the rotation. I mean, the freighter stairs would be a lot easier. Clear, 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 clear. Just clear it. Alright, we know how to get this and where we need it. Now, this. Shit. I mean, I could also just... Sorry. Quiet. Builder's hush and all that. Gotta be a little bit lower. Where did I put it in at? So if I did it like that, before, still not gonna be low enough, is it? No. It has to come up to a certain point anyway before it catches. Oh, now, no worries, but now you've given me, my ADD is kicked in. My obsessive compulsive. I need to figure out how to make this work. So now I might want to do something with it later. Go there with that. Oh, no, wait. I knew it. I knew you were going to be floor panel-y. All right, let's drag that out one. Game drives me insane. Yeah, no, we're better off where we were on that last one. Okay. All right, let's do this. Hold on.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Yeah. Hey, Andre, welcome. Thanks for stopping in.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
It's attacking my ship. Doesn't like my ship. It's like, forget you, man. I don't want to be anywhere near you. transition, but alright, so what if we come down a little bit. Like, if we could see these, it'd be a lot easier, you know what I mean? We just do that instead, but since we can't, we take what we can get. I mean, I get much better than that, I think, without doing some real finagling. But we might be able to just replace and keep it airtight if we do that, but then it will be required, and we still got to do the next. So yeah, while it is possible, you will have a bit of fun trying to do it. Although I'm going to try another method in just a minute and see if I can't make it work again. Although, hold on, what are we at for time? Oh, we're not too bad, okay. Now, I'm sure there's a way to make a... Actually, I know what we would do. I know exactly how to do this. It's just a bit of work. but it would be way more accurate. I know exactly how I would do it. Never mind. I'm wasting way too much time right now. What you would do is build a sideways circle. All right, let's try something. All right, so there's sort of a manual sort of way you can do it. And it works. A little bit of a nightmare to deal with, but you can get away with it, because on the next one we could probably get, you know, flat-ish, butted up against it, and you know, is it the cleanest, nicest transition out there? No. Not by any means. But will it get you through in a pinch? Sure, why not? And this you could even bring it up, you know, and raise it. I'm sure we're going to have to anyway, you know what I mean? Hey, what's going on here? Yeah. Trying to figure out, someone asked a question. And I got lost in trying to figure it out. We're just kind of noodling. But I think you know, but while doing these sort of things, you know, sometimes it clicks. Like, oh, wait a minute. What if I just did this? Come on. What if the game actually worked? Gary 420, what's going on? Yeah, I knew. And again, we'd have to probably, you know, align all of that. Could also start. Probably should have started at the flat. Pitched one of them down. You know, duh. Alright, that's one way to do it, right? But you still gotta, remember, you still gotta do the other side. Which actually is probably a little easier, now that I think about it. Because if we... pardon me. What am I doing? I don't know. It's the APG building show. You know, then you do a little bit of measure here. And somewhere along the lines, everything gets figured out. Later, Andre. Have a good rest of your day. I hope it goes by quickly with little to no aggravation. Probably should have went with the full-size panel. Would have made my life a lot easier. Do it, fish. So I need to be able to see this thing. Damn it, just make the parts all solid, and if I can use it under here, then just let me use it under here, please. You know what? We need something in the same realm size-wise. That's why this worked better. Alright, so we take that. And there's a dozen different ways we could do this. Although, stupid fish. This is no good there, though. Okay, that's good. Now we need to move it the other direction. It's still going to end up, we need to... Alright, so if I do that... Stupid fish! And these don't rotate. Okay, so... That's not going to be enough. Almost too much work. This way. I think I have another way, but... Because all we would need, really, right? No, it's... We'd have to make the appropriate circle, or arc, right? So you start with your flat, And it would come down to whatever angle you want it to do. Bump, 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 bump. And then it would have to level off again. So I don't think that would work. Well, there you go. A little finagling. Not the prettiest thing in the universe, but it works. Otherwise, I think you'd have to make a circle vertically and then run a bunch of cubes down, find the spacing. Or I'm sure Crisscross has some, phenomenal wire method to make this work. I've made circles with this, so I can kind of see getting to a certain angle, coming around as you come around the circle. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to have to take a little breather, though, before we get into that. But this does work. It's not horrible. We could smooth out some of the transitions, just like, a small set of stairs, shrunk down. Oh, no worries. Grimy asked if there was a way to use the glass tunnel, at an angle in order to go from dry land into underwater, right? Without doing these crazy downward transitions. And then we should be pretty level here. There you go, bud. I hope that helped. Not pretty, but it works. Well, we'd have to do our work for this one, but that's okay, we could. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a little breather here. I will go do a bio break, warm up my nasty temperature coffee. Oh, Grammy, no worries. We're always still new to building. Trust me. That is never going to change. After I do this. Yeah, something's going on in the building mechanics. Thank you. About time. There. Now we are water resistant and have a better view. And damn it, our power's not on. Oh, we got to go up our tunnel again. So probably the best thing to do would be to work on your... It'd probably just be... Oof. You're going to have a break no matter what. So either you got to figure out how to bridge that and keep it watertight, or, you know, fuss around like this. But we'll try one other method when I get back. All right, time for me to take a break. For those of you who got to get going, thanks for spending some time here. I do appreciate that. For those of you sticking around, peel those peepers away from that blue light, stretch them out, get up, do a bio break, get something to eat, a little snacky treat, a little beverage, and we'll be back shortly. All righty. If I can find the things I need to do here.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
All right, we're back. Ugh. All right, now we did a sloppy way. Now let's see if we can't do something a little more precise. The problem being, all right, so say we want to do something here, right? Let's get a little more precise, shall we? Or try to, anyway. As precise as I get, anyway. Which isn't very precise, if I must say. But if we do this, let's say, let's do it up here. Boom. 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 Grumble, grumble, gripe, gripe. Bitch bone complain. We'd have to start really low. Okay, so we could bring that down. Or we're going to start higher. We have to figure out where the arc or the angle is in terms of the blah da da blahness, right? So you might have to actually dig, depending on where you're starting, or you'd have to start with this and build off of it. Right, Legend? Well, Grimy, you can always hit me up on Discord, and I can, you know, give you some pointers and get in game with you, okay? I need to have a live request, like a help thing. And if you become a premium member or whatever, S-class member, give you an hour of build time. But yeah, I mean, I do offer, you know, it doesn't, you know, obviously it's going to have to work with everyone's times, but I was hoping for blue sky too, but this sky color's not horrible. It's a nice, it's a little not what I want, but not a huge deal. So now we could, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out, because this would be starting really high. And if you want to start closer to the ground, we would have to figure out roughly where the arc of that would be. So 2 and 3, we'd have to start that there. Oops. Right. I mean, we could put the terrain back in, but this is going to be a little closer to the terrain. If you wanted to start on the terrain, you'd have to, you know what I mean? Know what I mean? You have to do some measuring. All right, we'll get this one close, because I'm not going to do that much work. I'm going to mill out the terrain using floor panels, and then a little bit of terrain manipulation. Although I should just flatten it, because all that's going to get really confusing. All right, you know what? I'm going to be crazy here right now, right? All right, so let's take that. Do this. Do that. That. Two, 3. Let's make our lives easier for now, huh? You can always put that back in. Work smart, not hard. Alright, so there's 1, 2, and... Oh. There's our third. Okay. That's basically our base, right? Yeah, this isn't going to be easy. Okay. Not quite enough room to get the camera to move around, but hopefully we won't need to worry about it too much. But I have a feeling we're gonna. Yeah, something's going on with the build camera. You see that I'm getting knocked out by fish and whatnot. Yeah, actually you don't even need to make. And that would be that. And then we would do this. Which then you could use as your center point, because you're starting with this. You could go the hassle and do the half step over, but why? Unless you know, if you start with this, then you can, everything works off of this one point. And that gives us a good pitch, very similar to that one, a little shallower. But I mean, if we really wanted to, we could bring in that next one. But that digs, well, that's a pretty heavy pitch. We could also make the rest of the circle and give us more angle. You know, we'd have the other angle in between these, right? We added in the other section. I'm helping Grimy figure out something he wants to do with his build. I did the messy version, the kind of hand placement, rough, like, all right, how would I do something like this if I had to do it, you know, in a specific angle to get a specific thing or whatever, you know. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I know I used to do a thing with a thing and do a thing. But now, let me see how this plays out. We'll do it normal first. Actually, this is going to be the fun one anyway. It's that one. Alright, at least it's on proper. Alright, so let's try a full block. Too high, right? Because we got to lower. Now we'd have to do that. We'd still have to step it down, but if we had the other angle in there, shoot, of course.
Thanks.
Are you high?
Oh,
Hey,
you
Avante,
kidding?
what's
A little
going
bit,
on?
yes.
Video games and drugs, those two things don't mix.
Shut up.
Come on. Thank you. I still don't think we're going to need that, but I think this might be. Nothing. I am pure, all experimentation right now. We are, again, trying to help out Grimy. And, you know, since we have deep water now, we're messing with what little water parts we have. There it is. You'd have to do a reverse, or wonder if we could work off of this circle and have that. And then you come in here, grab that window. There it is. We got it. We got you. We got you. We got you. Super clean. I knew I was forgetting something. There you go. That's how you do it, bud. Nice and clean. Yep. Not as janky. Exactly. We took out the jank, put in the spank. I don't know. Put in the cool, man. Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. I know I've done something before where this actually worked right. And this was it. Only it was another direction, and it was an underwater racetrack. So there you go. Shazam. Bazam. Now we just got to get the underside. So, what I would probably do with that, that's an easier kind of, all right, no jank. Let's get rid of the jank. We now know what we need to do. I should have thought about that earlier. Why didn't it's beyond me. I had to do it manually as well. I just, it's one of those things that I kind of do. Sometimes I'll do like a janky method, like, all right, if I have no way to get a circle put in, or I have no way to do something cleanly, is there a way to get around that? Can I manually manipulate what I need, right? My pleasure. And see, cubes work for everything. CPR, my friends, CPR. All right, so there you go. There's your angled tube down. Now you could use freighter parts. They're not as open. You know, they have the, you know, they're still glass, but they have the bars, and it's a different angle and a different vibe. If you're looking for this completely clean, you know, angular thing, where you have a nice 360 degree, well, not 360 really, but
Weather warning.
incoming storm.
Incoming storm.
Now this, this becomes a problem of twisting yourself back, right? So say you wanted to do this, which you'd be insane to do, and I'm wondering how it's going to react when we try to walk on it. But I was curious. All right, so it's actually not too bad, but you know, you'd probably want to twist the first one around so that it flattens out. See, I'm always thinking, like, what if you want to transition? What if you, like, you see the spot where you want to put a thing and do a thing, right? You want to be able to do your thing. So I'm always kind of in the thought process of, you know, how do I do what I want to do when I want to do it? So this would be a little bit weird, and I'm kind of curious as how I would do this. But I think we might actually be in some sort of minor luck with it. Because we could just kind of take something off of this like this, but that's, all right, so that's following that angle. That's actually straight, right? So what if I just take a block? No, couldn't do a block. Because we're not in the middle, we're not at the end. No matter what I put here, it's going to put me at an angle, because if I put a door on this, it's going to give me an angle, right? So if I, well, let's use our CPR and see what we get. Clearing. Then that would have to turn. Alright, so all right. Before we get all crazy train here, let's try and at least get a transition working here. So, I would have to Okay, I think I know what to do. All right. So then to transition, you would then take that, do that, do this, do that, do this. No. Then we would do and we would do this. Make sure. Okay, put that actually here, right? Damn it. Thank you. So that should follow pursuit. All right, so it's actually there. That we want to do. Let's go down and over. Boom. Then alright, so this should follow down. If I want to straighten back up. Do this. Down half. Wait a minute, is that even at the right angle? yeah, it's starting to tilt back up. Okay. All right, let's try it for fun. Well, I was being quiet as well, because I'm trying to figure this out, but... There it is. All right, we got it. We have got it nice and easy for you there. And then should be a nice clean transition. Get you to your oh, we need the other one. All right, give it the real transition. So which one is that? That's the one. All right, straight. This one's coming from above that. And actually, we want to go. I know what we want to do. We want to do. What a fish. What up, fish? So that came out. Right, you know what? We need to do this a different way. Just to make it easier to remember. Because this is a good way to I like your transition thought, you know. It's a good thought. We just need to find a way to make it so that it's easier for us. Alright, we need... Which one do we need? One above that one, I think. Oh, the joys of building. Don't worry, we're gonna put all this back. We just need to somehow see roughly where we're going. Alright. Is it the one under it? Really? There we are. Okay. And I need... Where are you? Oh, am I gonna need a bigger circle? No, because that's gonna end up... Oh, shoot. Ah! It's this one. Oh, tell me it's not the one we're already on. That's straight, right? gone crazy here. We need to figure out where we are, so I know what angle to use. But it does all revolve around the circle. You can definitely get something going with that. Oh, I know what I could do. I know what I could do. Let's try this. May or may not work. But we really need the other precise angle. We just got to find the right angle. I could move the floor over a little bit. And that would, you know, kind of slide that forward a little, but I just want to see what the move does and see if it works. But of course, the cube being the cube doesn't like to do the turny bits that it's supposed to do. And we gotta do this silly stuff. A little harsh right there, though, isn't it? Yeah, we need that one other transition. We've got that gap there. Okay. Or oh no.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Again, it's just too. Ends up being too high, though. Oh, never mind. I know what I'm doing wrong. Da 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 da. Girl Cyan, welcome. How you doing today? Alright, let's... Still not right. Where is it? I'm just being a weirdo. No, because that's too tall there, I think. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Alright, we had it and then we lost it. Alright, so I'm sort of an idiot here. Alright, we got that. And we need... I think that's actually the one back. Alright, so why is this not... I shouldn't have to do that though. We didn't have to do that before. I'm not thinking straight. There's some... not... Well, it's not too bad. Yeah, we just need that other bend. Alright, so the problem is it's gonna be sticking out. I need Why do I feel like we're missing a... Yeah, I need this one. Okay, so that's going to come up. And then we're going to bring that down. Otherwise it's going to dig its way into the ground, right? Hey, out there. And then... I feel like we're missing something. There's an angle I'm missing, and I don't know what it is. That's too far. So no, I want the one above that one. I'm an idiot. Okay. We want that one. Is that the straight line? No. That is. Or is it not? Yeah, no, that's our... Alright, something's wrong here. Where is that other... There's a problem with trying to do circles underwater when you can't see a damn thing. Ah, see? I knew we were missing a piece. That's the one I need. Right here. Can't see a darn thing under there. Now we're getting somewhere. But I don't have enough room to move the camera around, you know what I mean? Alright, so that's the angle that we were missing there. Yeah, because that one is... That's that. That's that. Now we need... that. Right? Right? Yes. And I wonder... No. You get the idea, though. It's in there. I'm just not thinking right. That's that one. isn't the right one. I know it's not. I can see it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I don't care. Yeah, I knew it wasn't. I'm in the wrong angle. Damn fish. Can I just move that one forward? Yeah, you're getting me at the end. It's alright though. I'm hitting the wrong angle for some reason today. One, because he's looking fish. Oh, that's why. Alright, that's straight down. That's the one I need. I'm almost positive. If it's not, then oh well. Oh no, because that's this one. So I need the one above this one. Which is our flat. All right. Forget about it. Okay. There we go. Perfect. I'm just missing an angle, that's all. I don't know which one it is, and quite frankly, actually no, it's not perfect because we got that gap. All right, so where's my straight line? There's my straight line. It's 3 up, right? Here's my straight line here, so boom. 1, 2. So if I can get that angle, okay, so we got 1, 2, and 3. Just the first 2 back. These fish are going to drive me insane. Fucking fish, man. Hoping this is the one. Drive me insane. Not that. Wait a minute. Are we good already? Did I already... Am I being that much of a moron today? I think so. No, see, there is a... Oh, no, wait. Oh. I already had it. I'm an idiot. I already had the angle, moron. That's... Alright, yeah, we're good. Alright, thank goodness. What a nightmare. I'm like, why do I keep ending up at the flat? Because you already have the angle backwards. That's the angle you're going running down, and that angle. Like, what a moron. Like, why do I keep ending up at that same spot? Whatever. I don't even care anymore. Be there. Well, now we know what to do anyway. So I only needed the 2 because I already had the 3rd. So, yes, exactly. I do that all the time. Again, Grammy, you've done nothing of the sort, my friend. This is exactly the kind of thing that we all want to figure out, you know what I mean? And now we know. We've got a nice smooth transit. Oh no, we got a gap. We do have a gap. I am missing one. But you know what? At this point, I just don't care. Plus I need some food. And it is technically open and watertight. I mean, we could hide the gap. We're not getting any slosh. I'm just not 100% happy with the... Yeah, that's what I was just saying. A watertight gap right there, no sloshing about. As a matter of fact, it's actually clicked or snapped in. I can't even fit in a another one there. Oh, never mind, I know why. Yeah, so there is one that I am missing. It works. Again, most people wouldn't be this frickin'... I gotta make it absolutely 100%, you know, visibly perfect and functionally perfect. I'm just kind of a lunatic. And these fish are gonna drive me absolutely crazy. But there you have it. One underwater angled tunnel, glass tunnel, with a transition from... It's easy to get... Actually, you know what? You'd probably... I'm trying to think of how you would do this. You'd have to know where your angles meet. You know what I mean? Because you'd start at your bottom, probably start at the bottom, and then work your way up. Something along those lines. So, there you be. Hope you learned something. It does work. This one's much better. It actually would be done a lot sooner if you didn't if you didn't care so much, you know, if you just wanted it to get it to work. But this makes and actually here's a gap here too, I think. Or maybe it's not a gap. It just looks like a gap. You know what I mean? Because it's glass. No, this one doesn't have a gap here, but let's look up top. Yeah, it's actually closed off by the other one. So, 'tis not a gap. It overlaps properly. I just got to figure it out on the bottom part. That's all. So, there you have it, folks. Hope you learned something today. Grammy, you better show me what you get done with this. We'll have to tour it. Yeah, this is a gorgeous planet, by the way. What up, critter? Alright, yeah. We may or may not have time tonight to do some 14 Overmind. If I have time, I'm going to squeeze some of that in tonight, so keep that notification bell rung. Thanks again for hanging out, keeping me company. Is there somebody we may raid? Let me see if my YouTubey bits are telling me if anyone's on. Oh, people's doing Enshrouded. me make sure that that's still going live. And yeah, he's the only one I see live. So Beeble is doing some Enshrouded. If you like Enshrouded, go check out Beeble. But again, we got this kind of working. It does what it does. The upper part obviously was a lot easier to figure out than the lower part. But yeah, we got there. We did all right. So anyway, I want to thank y'all again. Don't forget to hit that notification bell, like, subscribe, leave a comment, and all that drive. So until next time, this has been me, Kevin C., that wacky builder, also known as APG here at Action Pants Gaming. Wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get those action pants on, get out there, start building some wild and wacky stuff. All right, y'all, take care. Go see Beeble if you like Enshrouded. Everyone, have yourself a wonderful rest of your whatever time of day you got going on. All right, bye, everybody.
Action Pants Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.